Good morning, everybody, and hold it! Another Ace Attorney stream. I know. We've been going really hard with it. But, there's a reason. Whenever I get, in a funk like this, usually it's because I'm having a lot of fun. So we're going to continue Ace Attorney today. Last stream, things really got, heated. A lot of things happened. We basically solved the entire case at the police department, which has kind of put Lana Skye in a very tough spot, because now the murder of Goodman 100% happened at the other place. So, yeah, the prosecutors be sweating, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this today, hopefully. Hopefully we beat it. I thought we were gonna have it in the bag yesterday, but here we are again. Hopefully the last day of the first game. And then we'll move on to Justice for All, I think the second one's called. Hello, Laser. And before we hop into stream, as well, sorry, one more thing. I want to say thank you to all the VOD Frogs. A lot. Big ups to the VOD Frogs over on the YouTube archive. Because the Ace Attorney series has been actually doing really well over there. I'm very happy with how it's performing, so that's another reason why I'm okay with just, going hard with Ace Attorney, because everybody over there's loving it. And I'm loving it. So everybody's having a good time, and that's just great. That's just great, because we've got so many of these games left to go. We're still on the first one. There's 9 of them. So we are in for a wild ride. Alright, so February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Welcome back. I've also prepared, I have a lot of drink, a lot of liquid. Keep my throat nice and lubricated so we don't get a raspy voice like we did last stream. Because that was a long-ass stream. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. You've got a theory? A little bit of a game theory? Oh, well, we actually kind of need this now because we did take a break. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. I actually did forget. Yeah, she did indeed say this. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. They forged evidence. Which, that might mean the evidence they forged was the death of Neil Marshall, which was the brother of Sheriff Marshall. Maybe they killed him so they could get a... No, yeah. Ooh, it's spicy. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joke Dark killings. The joke killings. It was all a big goof. It was an April Fool's prank gone wrong. Sounds like someone's heard about these killings but me. It sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Whoa. What do you mean, what happened to you? I don't like where this is going. Never mind. Let's play Hi-Fi Rush instead. It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? I was his confidant. The night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Oh, shit! What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. The chief was the one who committed the SL9 crime, and Marshall's brother found out, so the chief killed him. Years later, Goodman was getting close to finding the truth, and that's when the chief killed him, trying to frame Edgeworth. Yeah, I mean, seems pretty liquid. We came to a similar conclusion last stream as well. Do you mean Chief Gant or Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? I'm guessing it's Gant. I don't think it's Skye. But Skye was playing dirty. Yeah, we did theorize about that last stream as well. That seems pretty cut and dry, but we'll see. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. Definitely Phoenix. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. Seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Ah! That's how it sounded. That was my impression of it. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Jake Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck out and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for a second. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? Bogus? Phoenix, since when have you said bogus? What? That's not in your vocabulary. You don't say bogus. That's not a Phoenix Wright word. You don't say bogus. Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Then I forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. I mean, clearly it was your sister's fault. Well. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have ever happened. So it's true. She is stupid and bad. And Emma's the true villain of this whole thing. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Well, she just said not really. He didn't know he was using false evidence. Lana made it up. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What'd you see in the instant that crime occurred? Yeah, I did see the Big Boss clip. I did watch that. I think that was after he had already done the big fall. But he was like so over it. It was so funny. Go follow Big Boss. Anybody watching this on Twitch. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Didn't Sheriff Marshall say that his brother could never be beaten in a fight? So how'd he get the upper hand? Wasn't this 2 years ago? Why does she look the exact same? Why does Emma look she would be 14 here. That looks like she's holding a 22-year-old person. What? Moreover, she looks how she does now. She hasn't aged a day. Like, okay, Lana, I could understand, because Lana's... How old is Lana? She's like 30? 16, 29. So she would have been 27. So, that I understand. But Emma? She would have been 14? And she looks exactly the same. Everyone comes out the womb adults. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I think that just might be a Japanese thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know much about this, so maybe I'm talking out my ass, but from what I've seen, outsider looking in, it's either you're a really small, tiny little fucking gremlin child, or you're an adult. And there's no in between. The teenage years basically don't exist. Once you grow out of that gremlin phase, you're just fully formed. No matter what they say. Which I guess makes it easier for aging protagonists, because then they don't have to change them that much. Maybe that's the reason? I don't know. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14, that's understandable. Yeah, I looked exactly the same. See, the pictures are even the pictures line up. I haven't grown at all. Mr. Wright, I haven't grown any taller. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I wanted to be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. Okay, cool, bro. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. Yeah, are we gonna solve this other crime as well? As per the usual? Like DL6, we're gonna just solve SL9? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by the prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Your sister's office in the prosecutor building, which is 30 minutes away from the police department. But why do you run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? Your sister's a prosecutor, right? Her office would have been in the prosecutor's building, which is 30 minutes away from the police department and detective agency. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Well, that's news to me. A crime and a crime and a crime and a crime and a crime. Oh, I can't wait. You know what I hope? I'm not gonna... I don't want any spoilers or anything, but I hope in the next few games there's multiple holes in testimonies, and you can, like, make cases shorter if you figure things out quicker. I think that would be a cool way to, like, personalize each case to you, rather than there being, like, one solution. I don't mind if it's, like, the kind of the singular solutions here. Like maybe there are some bits and pieces here that are kind of like that in this game. But, you know, I think with the evolving titles, they probably will do something like that. But I don't know. I just thought of it. I thought it was a cool idea. I don't mind if it's, like, singular puzzles that you need to find the one, the big thing. That's fine, too. I was just thinking about it. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me! After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. I used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. How the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Right, you know? A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Yeah, exactly. She sold her soul, that's why. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Yeah, can't you just tell us you didn't fucking do it so we can believe in you? You're making it very hard. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was... I don't know, my soda bubbled up in my face and splurted up my nose. Oh, sorry, Lana. Sorry you had to see that. Oh, I'm making a fool of myself in front of such a pretty girl. Fuck. No. No, my chances. Oh. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago, and gross. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports even got filled! Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was with him killing people left and right. Keep him quiet. Sure, yeah, I mean, it probably made it real cut and dry if he left no evidence. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Even had the same office? They were definitely fucking! We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. I mean, it couldn't, like, hurt to have that experience under your belt, right? To have the experience of being a detective and then being a prosecutor, especially with how prosecutors and defense attorneys work here, because they're basically doing the detective work for them. We've literally deduced a bunch of crimes that were seemingly solved or unsolved, and we have reevaluated everyone who looks at these crimes. I'm guessing we're going to continue to do that. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us! Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. Yeah, Gant and Marshall. Gant and Neil! One dies. One lives. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. Oh, sorry. And that's where he found me. So you're the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Yeah, okay, that looks weird. This is weird. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. If he held the knife above him to stab down, how come it's been flipped around and he's got a knife in his back? 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, and Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. Yeah, Gant knocked him out and then killed Marshall. I bet he came in, and because they were so desperate, he was like, well, if I kill him here, we can easily pin it on Dark and get him sentenced to death. So, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was involved in that incident. Just by chance. But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. Yeah, well, if Emma had died that day, you probably would have done the same, you freak. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. I'm sure we'll find evidence that they've left there over 2 years in the making. 100% they've left that there, ready to just have there. Wonder if she'll say anything if I show her this. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. Yeah, I guess, but how long does this solution last? Can it really last for years? For literal years? I don't know. February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. That man must be the Chief of Detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. I just couldn't tell anybody. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. He said, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known my luck had run out by old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why the prospectors head west? If there ever was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. After he lied about everything, we're just gonna ignore that he could still be the murderer. I'm pretty sure he isn't at this point. With his brother being killed and all? I don't think so. I think he's off the list for me. It's gotta be Gant. Everything's pointing to Gant. He's too nice, he's too sweet, he just wants to swim all the time. It's definitely Gant. True. Well, I don't know. The last case, I think, convinced most people because of the come up of his dead brother. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Well, that's probably why Goodman was trying to do something as well. It seems like Marshall, Goodman, not Skye. I don't think Skye was trying to do anything, but Marshall and Goodman were definitely trying to do something about it. Because Goodman did open the case earlier that day. With 77777. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's. That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Where'd he get Goodman's clothing, though? I don't know. I guess he just stole it from his chair or something. I don't freaking... I mean, he only had his jacket and his hat, right? So... A question. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there was a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. The facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? The king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been real close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. I think your case comment might be coming to fruition right now. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in the case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were too careful not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Their case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the... After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone knew her, said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. I think she knows. I think she knows. I think she knows Gant did it. I think that's why. I think she found out. But he couldn't kill Lana as well, because that would be too risque. So he's trying to pin it on her. Or trying to pin it on Edgeworth? Both of them at the same time? He's trying to get rid of all the evidence at once? I don't know. We'll see. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found it in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used the falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. What the... Puh. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Aww. I really started to like him. I hope he's not gone for good. Hopefully once we get Gant, if it is Gant behind bars, we can get him reinstated or something. Because I do really like him. He's a nice contrast to Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah, can we do this yet? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt before he's, and say he's dancing. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help the feeling he's gonna go do something naughty. Alright. Let's go. Oh, we're not allowed inside? February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today is deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Nah, I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. He was taught it by these klutzes. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head for Chief's office. Okay. Well, we're going anyway. We did get the permission initially. So, sorry. Oh, look. Photo on the wall, photo on the wall. Photo on the wall, photo on the wall. February 24th, Police Department. Chief's office. Oh, it's his theme. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me the notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Anyways, see that pig picture on the wall over there? There's a knife sticking out right there. From that little knight statue. It's the vase! 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 Vase and a knight. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Oh, that case has long been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. You might find out I'm a villain, and we can't have that, can we? No, the same. We'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Luckily I smiled, otherwise you might have thought I was being a little, evil. Evil, of course. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over yet. After all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to enter the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside that chief's office. Yeah, look. There's a very clear indication of a sharp, pointy object. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Hey. Look at his trophy. Sword, K, shield. Now look at the trophy we have. Ow, my eyeball. There's no sword anymore. It got taken out. Look. There's no sword. Oh. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. Well, he's a murderer, so... He says that his name does have kind of a ring to it. Yeah, you saw that. This used to have a sword on it. There used to be a sword in between the The sheath is still there. Look. That's where the sword would have went. Clues, clues, clues. So many clues! Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Should we go talk to the guy? But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going on around Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. After all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Lots of crazy stuff in this. You hear about this Emma Skye kid? Oh, she was apparently almost murdered. That's pretty funny. Oh, wait a minute, Bambino, that's you! Oops, sorry. My bad. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. Final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall and was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized that Emma was the girl. But that little goof I made was real. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Alright. About this. Hey, is that... Has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. The day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Let's do that one first. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. No one actually witnessed him using it in to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Stark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Yeah, it did match it, but apparently the stab wound didn't. Which is interesting. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Joe Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take in the serial killing? Well, one day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. This car, so it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second one. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then he was burying bodies. A jogger came up on the scene, and he killed him as well. Finally, he turned himself in. He was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. AKA Emma. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know, pal. Can I ask you one more thing? And what is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fined because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Well, I don't want to get him fired. Hold on. I want to go check if we can see Edgeworth. February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where all the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation against me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. The fingerprints on the blue badger? I don't know if it'll let us do that yet. what Big Boss said is it's story relevant, so they'll probably be like, we need to find some fingerprints, Phoenix. You gotta go find the fingerprints. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, and we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Poor guy. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. You really are my perfect little pretty bitch of a defense lawyer. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I've had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards didn't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just the odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Ah, right. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you had to come back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Because the chief asked you to come back here with the body in your trunk so Miss Lana Skye could find out there was somebody in the trunk and then get framed. Here, look at this. This picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he just started making a name for himself. Oh, it's Edgeworth talking. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yeah, there's a sword. I noticed that. Yes, you're right. Oh, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. A contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Halberd. In the photo, there's a halberd sticking right out. Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Kent. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Probably because the halberd, or the piece of the trophy, was the murder weapon! Right? The trophy sword was the murder weapon! That's why it got removed. Two years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Interesting. He wanted Edgeworth to get the blame, but it was Sky instead. I don't fully believe that. I don't know why he would want Edgeworth to get the blame entirely. But if it was in his car... But then... Why would Emma be going to... Why would Emma even be looking in Edgeworth's trunk to begin with? You know? Don't forget, she went to go check his trunk. Saying she's innocent, she was at the trunk, checked it, found the corpse, tried to call Emma, and then got caught by the lunch lady. Why would she even be checking his boot to begin with? I don't understand. She had to have been ticked off by that. Or like, tipped off, I mean. So I think Gant might have told her to check the trunk or something along those lines. But then why wouldn't she mention it? There's a lot of fishiness going on. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Excuse me. Oh, hey, look who it is. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Yes, please. Miss Starr, I guess she's run out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Yes, please. Yes, Mommy? Yes, please. Yes, I agree. Still, I never thought you'd be digging up that case from 2 years ago. One of this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? Also, her. I'm not sure. Angel is weird. Angel is weird. I think Angel and Gant might be doing something. Because... Why would she attest so... I mean, she hates prosecutors. So, I think Miss Starr and Gant are up to something, maybe. Not Miss Starr and, Marshall. I think it's Miss Starr and Gant at this point. That's the best... That's the best I got. Just the best I got. Just the best I got. Just the best I fucking got. She wasn't lying. Angel would be your type of woman. If she wasn't lying, she would be your type of woman. Okay. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Lying whore. So, did the falsified evidence really tick her off? I mean, it really did. That was her, like, main thing. Was the false evidence. You got Joe Dark killed, but she was a detective, and she knew Joe Dark was, Oh, I don't know. Maybe she's doing this on her own volition. She just wants her to burn? Confusing. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana. My sister! The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Duck got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. When Lana Skies transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. I always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Yeah, by Gant. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana seconding command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one did confront him, though. I take it she's talking about the forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Is that why? Is that it? Just because... that's all? Yeah, it's pretty clearly the chief at this point. They did keep it pretty closed off until we met him, because we hadn't even heard about him until he arrived at that one court case the other day. Ugh. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Oh, that's why Lana was transferred. If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Yes, she knew! She knew something. Or Gant was blackmailing or something. Ugh. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Aww. So why are you so evident on her being the killer? Like, that's obviously not her. Just because you're butthurt about her being mean and you're not gal pals anymore? Is that why? Like, jeez. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? Yeah, I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Oh, this is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Angel's strong suit is not smarts. It's boobies. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal, I got an award for diligence myself. Yeah, congratulations. Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, oh yeah, everybody knows that. It was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. I can't stop yawning. More energy drink, please. Alright. Let's show him. It's probably one of these two. Let me share a little advice with you as a okay? Alright. How about this one? Blech. Hair. Maybe this? About that jar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about him makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant. Where could I have seen that before? This? I mean, look at it. There's it's in the photo. See, right there. Right there, I can't point it out, but it's right there. Let me show him this. AI 16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edward said. Clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? I've been sitting up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice, I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Well, that was pretty clear in the confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. February 19th between 7 and 7:30. Cause of death. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Assessment. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing the tip. Is there anything we can say? Oh, maybe we show her the picture. Come on, you're in the picture. You're right there. It's like blood. Hole. Yeah, same thing as before. Okay. Let's move out then. The blood will say a name. I don't know how we're supposed to check the blood, though. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor in this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Yeah, the other pieces. Well, I would love to know where those other pieces are. Alright, let's try do this. Maybe. Nope. Just looking at it. Zoom in. Wow. Yeah, it won't let me, like, spray. Oh yeah, spray. Where else would I be able to spray? Can I spray in here? Is there any blood in here? It's probably goofy blood if there's any in here. Or none at all. I gotta show Detective Gumshoe something to let us in. This ID belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. Only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number too a lot. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that? I'll stay out of this conversation. That's the ID card ranking, isn't it? Yeah, there's only one number left to investigate at 420. Oh, is this it? The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777. That's one 7 too many, Detective. An executive officer, I just might have a hunch. Oh, we lost item report, huh? Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master, that has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Oh. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, he'll listen to all your troubles. Stick your dick on this one and she'll tell you what to do. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No. He's fine. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. Shut your fucking yaps. It's right there, though. And what else do I need to show him? Maybe I need to get another piece of evidence from someone else. Because I showed him just about everything I had. He doesn't. Maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. She said she doesn't have anything else to tell us? Is that literal? Is that literal? Na-na. Na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na. Seems everything in this case is designed to cast doubt on me. Hey, don't look at me. Yes, I went into the evidence room the day of the crime. Chief Gant asked me to do something. Take evidence from a case solved 6 months ago back to the prosecutor's office. There's a locker in there as well. Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the evidence room? That room's always dark, and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, stop yelling at me. I have to figure it out. Right, we already figured that out. Oh, maybe we should show this to Lady? Okay, fine. Fine, Edgewood. Get rid of them. Shut up. Hey, you. How's about, look at this. Whoops. Okay. Maybe Lana. Maybe Lana's got something for us. We need more info, though. Detective Gumshoe won't let us frickin' in. Lana. Okay. Am I really, like, missing one thing for Gumshoe? Share the picture? I did try. See? Did I try the vase? Cool. Stop looking at things, Phoenix. I just want to get back to here. Oh my god. Oh my god. What about this? Fuck you! I don't know then. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Maybe go back to... You know what? I'm just gonna do... You know what? Let's just go back to the offices and see. You know, maybe... Maybe we'd be pretty happy with the King of Attorneys shield too, huh? We defense attorneys are scattered. An unrecognized bunch. Still, I wonder why the trophy shield is broken. It is pretty odd, huh? I doubt it has anything to do with this case, though. I mean, it's broken in this one, too. But I think that's just to symbolize the, you know. Here, see this? Ah, I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. What is this, a behavioral study of lawyers? This jar's pretty fragile. Looks like it's about to break apart. What do you mean, about to? It's already broken. I mean, again. Well, I'm gonna try do a little bit of a look-see. A look-see for blood in our old place. No blood from Mia? Oh, I was hoping for a little bit of funny stuff. Alright, fine then. Fuck. Gumshoe! Gumshoe, you bastard! About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere. Somewhere? But maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Do you want me to, like, check the photo first? Like, I already tried. I can't do anything with it. Show him the knife? What about this? Hey, is that... Yeah, we already did show him the knife. Because that was... Yeah, already done. Showed him that. I guess I'll just show him everything. Yeah, maybe... Okay. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Well, wait, I didn't mean... I mean, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Now, maybe... I've been scanning over this, but... This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain of that evidence locker with his life. Well, that's more than you can say for most officers nowadays. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibly that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Yes. I know we did that. We just did that. Okay, that's... Yep, okay. Same thing. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Uh-huh. Whoops. That is really annoying. I'm just gonna show him everything I have. No matter what. That's the photo that Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Star is quite the lady. I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. What? Talk about what happened. Yep, I got him to remember the thing. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Oh, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? That's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had a smirk on her face. Bought the wrong one. Oh! Wait. Oh, wait, I didn't show this to the other two? Oh, maybe that's fucking why. We gotta get the other number, maybe. Hey, big boss. Hey! Do you know numbers? Would you care to look at this? Fuck you. Look at my testicles, bro. Well, surely... Lana would know, but would she tell us? Probably not. God damn it. Edgeworth. Oh no, Edgeworth didn't show. Oh, ah! We're stuck. Yeah, we're in hell. I can't get it. I can't get Gumshoe to fucking let us into Gant's goddamn office. Piece of work. I'm guessing we gotta get the other name on this paper. Yeah, and then he was all fucking depressed about it. Yeah, whatever, Edgeworth. Good luck, buddy. So you won't talk about it. You won't talk about it. Nobody's here. God, golly. Peak comedy, yeah, well. The note from Edgeworth's office? The note? No. No. Oh! He did put down a piece of paper. I forgot about that. Well, thanks for reminding me. Well, I was gonna show her this. One number left. An executive officer. 777. I believe that's 1 7 too many. That is a running gag. Okay. Back to Edgeworth's office. I mean, he put it down, but I doubt he was gonna let us take it. Work desk, it's going. Yes! Yes, Phoenix, that's what we were looking at. Oh. Oh, he crumpled it up even. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. Distract him? Distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It's his letter of resignation. No! Edgeworth, don't resign! Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault! I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if we can use it for something. For anything. Yeah, Detective Gumshoe will cry his eyes out when we show him this. The key to everything was the paper crumpled up on the floor. Hey, Gumshoe. Hey, check this out, buddy. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Oh. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Oh, I scared you when I followed your channel. I thought I was already following you. I was surprised that I wasn't. I had a memory of doing it, but I guess, I didn't, so I did. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Thanks, Gumshoe, I mean... We're back. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Ba-da-da. Oh, it's the night! We're in! Anyone finds us now? Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. Also, I was right with you the whole time. I said I was coming. So I came too. You're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! Why did we do that? That's so rude. What the fuck? Hey, I hardly ever get the chance to come in here.
so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
Really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Nah, it's all good. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be always alert. He told us himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... you wouldn't be... No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Were you the murderer?
What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it all go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What are we thinking of him?
Emma, Jesus, you're frothing at the mouth.
Chief Gant, let's finally come to this.
Oh yeah, he's a suspect.
Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me, pal.
Why not? To make him more, like, crazy when we do it in court? I don't know. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like the code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is.
Do you know what it is? I got a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? Mitch.
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Input code. Code confirmed. Access granted! It was 7s! That's Chief Gant! Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal?
Well, someone was born on the 7th of the 7th, 7077. I don't know who it was. 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day?
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes. Yes, please.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shot from a broken cup.
Oh, shit! Yeah, that was my birthday, yep. I'm a time traveler, actually. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. Watch this, it looks like a piece of leather cloth. Ooh. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This was all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Yeah, of course there is. Current theory on the murder? Current theory is that Chief Gant, found Emma unconscious and both the men struggling in the office that day. And he realized to get the guilty verdict, someone would need to die to his hands here. I think. And, you know, he did have rumors about forging evidence. So he knocked Joe Dark unconscious, killed Marshall, possibly with the sword from the King Prosecutor's Trophy, as a little rub-in, and pinned it all on him, on Joe Dark, to get him sentenced. And then, you know, all the events now unfolded when Goodman and the current Detective Marshall were getting close to figuring out what was fishy about that day. That's my current theory. It's a bit messy, but, you know, that's the best thing I got so far. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the dream was put down back together. Those were the days.
That was yesterday. Kinda early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? Any theories about Goodman's murder? I think... Well, we already know they went into the evidence room together. I think he got stabbed there. Gant stabbed him because Goodman put it together right there with Gant. Or Goodman wanted to bring Gant in there. He was the only officer that didn't get punished initially. So maybe they bribed him and he was gonna out them or something. He got stabbed. He lived an hour and a half after that. So he got stuffed in Edgeworth's trunk. But he was holding on to the knife. And he put the knife in the muffler to hide it. And so Edgeworth drove him over, and somehow Lana found him in the trunk. But she obviously didn't kill him. She just found him there. So she must have been tipped off by Gant or something. Something must have taken her over to check his trunk. And then there was the screwdriver that Gant told Edgeworth to take over. Wait, yeah, that's right. If he hadn't have told him that, then Edgeworth wouldn't have gone. So he must have given him that to take the body away. I don't know if Lana finding Goodman was a accident or if that was meant to happen. I don't know about that. But he definitely wanted the body at the prosecutor's office. I know that. Doesn't this ring any bells, you know? That fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yeah, that one. That one was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it is ringing lots of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. To prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. And boop. There, fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant was willingly and knowingly hiding a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed the piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey guys, get a load of this. This piece you just attached, it's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Blood traces. That is a weird blood splatter. It's hard to make out, but dark red stain. It's like blood. This one's a line. I guess we gotta check the other one, too. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town, sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Oh, come on.
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. I'm talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? It's only a murder case.
Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they've been absorbed in the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom?
I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Alright, let's try a different finger then. Does the hand look small or is it just you? I don't know, I can't tell. Looks normal to me. Hey, it's just a print. I give it my best shot. Sorry, am I just picking all the wrong ones? I guess this one looks like maybe the most available. Oh yeah, there we go. This part down here is not finished. Oh, this part. And then this part. Oh, it's not Damon Gant's one. It's Emma's! Oh, wow. I thought for sure it was going to be Gant's. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
I don't like the idea of keeping that from Emma. I don't like that. I do not like that. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor? You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Sheesh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be eyeing this armor as we speak.
Yeah, we don't have dark spots either. We can't check. That's true. I don't think he'd fit in here. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Yeah, he's been nice to us ever since, but probably because, you know, he's a little bit of a goofy goober, that guy. These shelves are almost mostly empty. Nana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to the prosecutor's office. Small picture frame left on the shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. The lamp went along to the Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
The pot? Laser, we know. We know. We already saw it. We tried to do that earlier. Yes, Laser, we know. We saw it earlier, buddy. We already saw it. I was trying to show Gumshoe that earlier. That's what I thought it would be to get him to let us in. But nope, it was Edgeworth's resignation.
The Chief's organ shows a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
What's on the second floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
This is an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. But yeah, you're right. I was gonna check for blood. That's what I was gonna do initially, but then I saw the safe. I was gonna actually start with the blood. None over there. Any on this? Nope, not on that. Well, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. The murder really did take place here. Yeah, it really does last. Any, blood in conspicuous spots? That would maybe, you know, be a little, incriminating. This chair. And then the armor. Yeah. Thought he would have, like, gave this whole room an acid bath. Okay, I can't find anything else. I can't get a good look at the piano front view. I guess that's it. Wait, no, that can't be it, right? Something hasn't happened yet. Did I miss a piece of blood? Whoops. This was Lana's desk. It sure was tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in the memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
Look at that giant window. It makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here.
Well, at first the chief wanted to use stained glass window for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
Well, they say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Are we done here, or what?
I guess not.
Ah. Looked at Gant's desk. Looked at it or sprayed it? I did spray it. Maybe I just missed the specific boss. Oh, I didn't. What the hell? I didn't? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, we were here earlier.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant! Oh, the piece of paper. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name!
SL9 incident! I wonder what this was doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder what...
No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
Well, that's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
Half-size list of evidence. And who has the other half? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What'd the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about the case! It appears so. It was ripped in half, so this part's all I got.
Well, was I any help?
Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
You mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But sure.
Now get out.
Yes, sir. We'll be on our way out too, then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright. We're just gonna leave her there? She's 16!
Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but I knew it. But if I knew it like this, I never would have said it.
Then I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. Don't worry, Gumshoe. We'll get your job back, buddy. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, aren't you listen to me? I'm gonna go try smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
He's so sweet, even if he's angry. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, great. I would not have left Emma there. If I was right, I would not have left Emma there alone with him. No, no way. After finding out he's a potential murderer, what the no? I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. I know. I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. Yeah, I mean, I think we all are. Still, a little bit. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What's this person's name? What's this person's name? Take that! Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about why you think you know? What you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then, tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both of you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that the Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command in the investigation. Yes, you. But also one other, Damon Gant. You intend to accuse Chief Gant. You'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. You want proof of the Chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the Chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. What with all your fallacious accusations? Get to spend tonight in the cell next to mine. If you ask me, you're the scary one. I knew it was the pot or that. I thought the paper would get her talking because it was Emma's. I just found this in a safe. in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. What? I did the piece of cloth! You should have let me do it! Why was it specific to the pot? If you were gonna bring up both anyways, it should have worked either way. You... feces muncher. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, it's more accurate than cooperate. So I don't think she was ordered to kill him. I think she was ordered to just find him. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Oh, shit! He did tell her! We were right! He did tip her off. Just as I suspected. Damn. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. You could have said that from the fucking beginning, and it would have been way easier to find out. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh, she switched them. Knife from the SL incident. Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Oh, so that's why! That's what the lunch lady thought! Oh, that's why she thought that she killed him, but she was just switching the knives. That'd be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why'd you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe? Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked, Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind and to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. To go against what she just said. Because that's women for you. I mean, just kidding, Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Man, things are getting crazy. Things are getting kooky. Is it time for the trial? The final trial? February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is Defendant Lobby, all right. There's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems if...
Something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, wait. Sorry, wrong voice.
Edgeworth. The 12-hour trial? Yippee! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777777777 Edgeworth 777 he's broken somebody 7777777 help 777777777 right 77777 IG number is that is. Well, I've got a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID card. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you would say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Hey, there's my Edgeworth. I've never told a joke in my entire life. Oh, God. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant is on her now, it's now. Oh, boy. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Well, we've already been going for 2 hours, so let's see where this takes us.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Hello, everybody, it's me. Morning, folks, how you doing? Hey, OG, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my own work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
You don't mind me asking, Chief? Exactly what is this proposal of yours? Uh-oh, the music's gone.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
He wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Oh no, there's an Ace Attorney case happening in my chat right now.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd like to make one simple request and then I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Well, instead of 12 hours, it was actually 12 seconds. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time of the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Thank you, Edgeworth.
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you be a good boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for that tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
Whoops. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Are you gonna have time to put on the clown makeup for Silksong?
Yes?
Always. Take that! Your Honor, I have reasonable evidence that Silksong will be shown at this week's Nintendo Direct. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then. Sure, whatever you say.
Sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
Well, guess what? You already have a hole, Emma. And that hole wasn't in his chest. It was in his back.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Miss Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Ah, I thought I got relieved of my duties. Ugh. This testimony's got some BS that pisses you off specifically. Ah, you mean like that? You mean like that obvious contradiction? What the fuck? What the fuck? That what? What? Single step with prison. This is time for those. I was filming this in the tip. Stabbed in the back. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Doc was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Okay. I guess you just want me to press everything, like usual. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Grant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. I dreamed about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man came running in and took me hostage.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office.
There's a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark?
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in an instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. The electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed outside again. Then a sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
Told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
So he definitely figured it out too. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what was so scary about this trial.
You told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture? Yes, I think she did mention that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Have you...
No, I want to know about this picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to a part of your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's take a look at that little bit of evidence. Can I not read it? Oh! Pictures drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy.
All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. What's this?
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
There it is!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. As you can see from the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Oh, fuck!
Order, order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. You look like a little bug. A little bug I could squish with my little finger. My little fingy-wingy.
The evidence... What? If the evidence list was torn in half...
Edgeworth is the dumbest motherfucker if he didn't realize that there was tear marks on a piece of paper he was handed, while noticing that the list is too short, but not thinking that there could be anything special about it.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a... Don't think about it logic right there. That's a bit of a Marvel moment. Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. He never looked on the other side. He never turned it over. He never, like, flipped it over one time. Is something wrong? You even have to ask. Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something wrong on the back of my list. It's that thing.
Dun 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 dun.
What? He was in the office! That's that thing! That's that thing that was dancing in front of the evidence room! I thought... Didn't... Okay, wait, hold on. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Didn't Detective Gumshoe just create him, though? I thought Detective Gumshoe made him around this time, because he didn't exist around the events of the original game. So... Dun, 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 dun. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. He only recently built the Blue Badger. Ooh, okay.
What is this thing?
Bum 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 bum.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Was Chief Gant... Wait a minute. 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 Detective Gumshoe did say something interesting. Remember, he said he could be hiding in that suit of armor. Was he hiding in a mascot outfit? Was he hiding in a Blue Badger mascot outfit in the corner of the room? Five Nights at Freddy's style? Fucking William Afton moment? To think a flash of lightning. Oh my god, please. I'm begging you. Capcom, please. A FNAF Ace Attorney game would go so fucking hard. I would play the shit out of that. Please. I want to put William Afton on court and find him guilty. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. And if we can, like, put the Circus Baby animatronic on fucking trial. 1, 6, 8, 2, 1. Yes, yes, the spring luck's going off. That would be so funny. Oh my god. Ace Attorney is so built for just crossovers. They can be unofficial or whatever. Or not unofficial, but you know what I mean. Not canon to either series, but it would be so fun to put like all these shit in like a fun courtroom drama. It could really work forever. And since there's no voice actors, you really don't have to like worry about anybody passing away or anything. You could keep the series going on forever.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dock about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have still been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright. And I was knocked to the floor. Okay, something also. How are we sure that it was Mr. Marshall on the ground? Could it have been opposite? Theoretically, could Mr. Marshall be holding the knife above Joe Dark instead? He was a serial murderer. I'm sure tensions were high. Maybe he was about to kill him instead. Ooh, what if it's reversed? What if it's reversed? That's a good idea, me. I like that theory, me. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. I mean, that's definitely Marshall on the ground. But, like, this is all in shadow, so maybe they could excuse that. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. You really need to torture this girl any further. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, it's the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is this something that's bothering you about this picture?
Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. So, do they want me to, like, bring up the fucking little demon in the corner of the room? Like, what? Tell us about that, please! Why is that on the other piece of paper? Oh, wrong way. Wrong way. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, there's clearly a contradiction here. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay, wait, what is Wright talking about contradiction here? Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone. Brown. Joe Dark didn't look like he was wearing any brown. It's from him. That's the same material. Did he have her hostage? Did Neil have... Wait, why would he do that? Handwriting you may see on a leather cloth. It belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Two years ago. No, that's not it. Flashing lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. Is that it? I really want to know about the little demon. Why is he on there? You drew the demon. Why did you draw the demon? Why did you draw the demon? Here 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago. Smile away, boys. Smile. Oh, wait! Am I supposed to bring him up? I didn't mean to press on one. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, Emma. Edgeworth, don't cut my pay. I need that money. I need it for defense attorney lessons. Okay, I'm gonna try the demon. I don't know why it wouldn't just let me use the picture, but no. And no. Okay, I think I have pressed everything, right? So bright, all I could see were shadows. I mean, the contradiction is the little demon fella. Wait, let me save again. I did try this. Yep. Just gonna retry the obvious stuff just in case I'm mistaken. Because that's happened before. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I mean, clearly if I could point to what I was talking about, it would, like, bring something up, but, you know, this is a game, so there can be only one. Maybe you want me to just revert to this? Oh, okay, cool. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew. Really, you're gonna bring this up now, except for when before she said quite clearly it was in the chest? Whatever. Contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember like it was just yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture can...
This. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man's holding. As you can see closely, the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look that closely, Mr. Wright.
Oh, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon, the tip is broken too.
If I recall, tip was found broken off inside the victim's body.
It was conclusive piece of the evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Emma.
What the fuck are you talking about, Wright? What the fuck are your sexy lips saying? What are you saying? What are those sexy words coming out of your sexy mouth now?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of that?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Fuck! He's so sexy when he's right. Oh, right. Fuck. I'm gonna be angry about that or something coming up. Are you saying... Oh, oops. Sorry, Judge. It's your line.
No. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Oh, yeah. No, that did make me angry. Yeah, I already pointed that out. That is very fucking stupid. It's like the biggest contradiction in the history of forever, and it's the red herring? Like, what are you saying? Like, you could have at least, like, pointed it out and be like,
Emma, please change your testimony, because this is obviously not true.
oh, sorry, Mr. Judge. And that's it. That's all you had to do. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man was really holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. Yes! I was right! The murder weapon was the one in the trophy! It was the one in the trophy! Which means the man holding Joe Dark there is indeed... oh my god, I was right! I think I'm right. I think Marshall was the one holding Emma hostage.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Or either holding her hostage or trying to protect her. Maybe he wasn't trying to hold her hostage. Maybe he was trying to protect her. Maybe Joe Dark was gonna grab her. I don't know. Why would Neil... I don't know. Hold on. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. The witness is adamant about that accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? So please, feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Okay. Do I show this? Or do I show this? I don't know. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Okay, good. Right here inside this picture. This is the picture. This is the picture.
Sorry, Edgeworth, I got you back for that one. Here, your line.
Oh, thank you, Judge. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the
The broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
You're 99% sure the trophy itself fucks you? Good thing I went with that. I was like, well, you can't really prove that that was in there. Unless you show them this. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. Wait. Wait. Was that Joe Dark in there? Maybe Joe Dark didn't even run out the room. Maybe it was Gant and Neil. Gant could have made up any lies he wanted because Neil was already dead. Maybe that was Gant and Neil fighting. And he held up the... I don't know. Interesting. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order!
Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. A pistol? This broken knife was the only weapon he had in that dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? As if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall, which I also called that it was reversed. And we have proof, because Emma has her prints on his jacket, which was ripped off. And she had no idea what was going on. She was just a little kid. And it was dark. The lights were out.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
Please play the song again. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife makes up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana?
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
What, was she like fucking Gant in the Blue Badger costume or something? Well, what's going on? Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. So the man raised his knife. I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to the murder that took place. With so much happening, in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. It's not quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before. Somewhere. Now I finally remember!
Oh, brother.
Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Interesting. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. The thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. 3 pointy horns, huh? I can think of somebody whose hairstyle has 3 pointy horns. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger, really? I think it was, Gant. I think it was Gant. 3 horns? That kind of gave it away to me. She saw this shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this incident? Please show us what this mysterious Blue Badger looks like.
Well. I'm guessing... Wait, 3 horns? Oh, wait, no, it's this! Oh, wait, it's the jar, I think. The mysterious Blue Badger was, in fact, this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
A viewpoint? What is this? Shadow puppets?
Gotta show them. Correct angle to look at this from. Na 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 na. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the Blue Badger.
Allow me to remind the defense, its cases hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the...
Okay. I'm pretty sure. Right? Or maybe... Oh. No. Or yes? No. This is the true hill. Will it tell me once I've figured it out? Or am I just on my own here? Do I get as many chances as I want, Big Boss, or am I limited here? You only know when you present it. Unlimited tries? Okay. Oh! God damn it. Shut up! Shut up, Edgeworth!
Shut up! Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
Oh, wait. God, fuck. This is gonna take forever, isn't it? Okay, wait. I'm guessing we gotta have his face. Is that supposed to be his face? His little award-winning smile? God damn it. Fuck. Can I zoom? I cannot zoom. God, fuck. Gotta find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. Oh, thanks, Mr. Wright. Both the directions? You're so helpful. Oh! This is the shittiest minigame of all time. This is the worst creation of man. Is the bloodstain a hint? Oh, wait, maybe... Oh. Alright, Big Boss, can I ask if I've, like, put it in the right position, but it just didn't give it to me? Like 5 more times and just look at the guide. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that was really close right there. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's gotta be it. I got it! Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. Except for the game 93 times. No, it can't be.
Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. I'd like to think Phoenix was just, like, rotating the jar in his hands, like, it's gotta look like the Blue Badger, right? Like this! Mr. Wright, that looks like nothing. What about this? No. This? No. What about this? Actually, wait a minute. No. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location? I don't know where Wright's going with this, to be honest. What would the jar change? The murderer? Because of the blood? Allow me to take these in turn. The moment of the murder, the witness saw the jar. Have any specific angle I might have, Mr. Wright? Yes. Well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Mr. Damon Gant. Oh, true! It was over on the other side! And there was blood on the left! But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's disc. The witness testified so herself. Yes! And it is these two facts that reveal that what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
You know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to put a stop to the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she was knocked away. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have been the impact of the man who was knocked against the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit?
Ah! The suit of armor holding a very sharp, dangerous-looking sword. Oh, really? That sword from the... I mean, we did point that out earlier. Yeah, okay, alright, okay. Yes.
And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there was another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Oh, Emma killed him! Emma pushed him into the statue! It pierced his back! And then Gant just manipulated it to be different. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? Events took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Eek. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh, shit! No!
Emma was the murderer! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the victim who took it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dock murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago.
She was always trying to protect Emma. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's why, because Gant knew. That's how he had her under his thumb. Oh, God.
She was only 14 when it happened, and it was an accident because he was about to kill someone else. So it's very tricky. I don't know what's going to happen. The reason you moved the prosecutor's Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. Well, if we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I really don't want to bring this up, but I do actually have evidence. I've got pretty decisive evidence, too. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Mr. Wright, are you forgetting that you have a piece of evidence? Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one matter or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Real murderer's name. The victim may have left behind. Yeah. I do. I mean, this message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop? Nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime.
There's only one thing we seek, the truth, no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. Well, it's right here.
It's right here, baby. It's right here, baby.
This is the message from the deceased. Right. Now then. This is the message from the judge. Uh-oh.
What? How is that? It's her fingerprints! You freaks. You're all freaks! You're all freaks!
In written form, that's the only... What? Better be careful, or you might wind up deceased yourself.
Oh my god. Fine then. Does that say anything? Is this something? I'm gonna try it. Because of the blood.
This is the message left by the deceased. Oh, yep. I was right. It was the blood. I couldn't figure out what it meant, but I guess it's some type of writing. This is the blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on the jar fragments has not been wiped away. On some of the jar fragments. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Oh, I didn't connect the dots. I should have. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect the points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? A good one, I hope. I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I mean, that looks like it spells out Emma, doesn't it? Okay. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saying Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma, no! So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye.
Oh, and Lana was first on the scene.
See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important.
I mean, yeah, it is. Because that entire argument you just had against Edgeworth was just kind of false. He got what he deserved.
Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death? Even though I just completely tore that down, he was not innocent.
Order, order, order!
Yeah, I know, we know, but
It's his responsibility to make sure that the people at the detectives agency aren't corrupt.
no, it's fucking not. It's your stupid rule you made up, you stupid prick. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Goddamn! I mean, Emma's not gonna go to prison, right? She was, 1, a kid. 2, it was dark. 3, she wasn't intending to do it. 4, he was attempting to kill Joe Dark as well. So, there's so many variables. I don't know how you would tackle that. And it was 2 years ago. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You two weren't kissing without me, were you? Oh, yes I am. Yeah, come back later. Bye.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? This happened earlier.
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while I'm on duty. And to chop it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals.
This is literally the exact same. I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law! For babies? Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. Oh, I probably should have already read this. This is gonna come in handy, though. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you this message.
Message?
He said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Also, wait a minute. Why do you say he was... I think that was a little inconsistency with the dialogue as well. I just picked it up. He's not on duty. He just got fired. He should be, like, sad and depressed. He got fired. He gave in his ID. I mean, yeah, he tried to smooth things over, but I don't think that went... That couldn't have gone well. He straight up fired him.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want me... You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh, fucking shit. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, well, everyone's been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Uh-oh. Do I actually have to pick people? Or are they going to do it for me?
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, uh-oh, this trial's as good as over. Defense calls... Huh? Who do we bring out? Who do we bring out? Who do we bring out? Oh, God. Do we just call Damon Gant right away? Oh, fuck. Shit. I think it's either Damon or Lana. Emma? I don't think we should call Emma. Save? I can't! It's locked me in! I'm locked in! I'm locked in. Finally, gonna have to bring out the real murderer? Maybe I'll just try Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Ah, whew.
True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Grant to the stand.
Good. I mean, I knew it was him, but at the same time, I don't know if they wanted me to, like, ask Alana to come and force her to tell us that Mr. Gant was doing something, since we broke her with the Emma stuff. But no, I just wanted us to call Gant right away. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll see where this trial goes from there. Give me a minute. Oop, oops. Can I have some music, please? Not gonna be that long, but still. Oh. Hurry, hurry, hurry. That is not feeling very good. Come on. Where's my search history? It's gone. Oh my god. Thanks, YouTube. Making it real easy on me. Okay, I'll be back. I is back. I is back. All right. Shall we? I think we shall. How convenient that I just started taking a sip of my flat energy drink. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. This game really is like a time sink. It's crazy. Okay. Lucky I came prepared. I got a whole bottle of water right here. Fresh, cold from the fridge. Why is it bubbly? Oh, that's flavored. Oh, I think I nicked somebody's water. Ugh. Ew. My water's been drugged. It's like, why is that, like, bubbly? It's got something in it. Okay, well, I guess I don't have a drink, then. I don't feel comfortable drinking this. I guess I'll return that upstairs later. Oops. Thought it was just a regular bottle of water. Well, never mind, I guess. Ugh.
All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Was he smoking?
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Alright, I think he was twirling his hair.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I am the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant. Court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
No, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There's still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Yes, and also, you're in front of an acting judge, and a prosecutor, and a defense attorney. You are in the worst possible place to be making threats. Weapons.
Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial.
No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Guys, I'm not drinking the mystery water again. I'm not drinking the mystery water again. I'm not drinking that. I am not drinking it. You know what? Fine, you're bringing this on yourself. I'm gonna go and get another drink so I can fulfill your request, okay? And also, I'm very thirsty, and I'm guessing there's still quite a lot of this game left. So, I'm gonna go get another drink, and I'm gonna return this water, and maybe find something else. So, I'll be back. I'm not gonna drink it. Okay, I'm gonna put some music on. I'll be right back. You brought this on yourselves. Okay, alright, I'm back. And this time, I've got regular old water. There was other water bottles in there. I just happened to grab the one with flavoring in. It wasn't anybody's in particular, which is what I was worried about, that I was drinking somebody else's stuff. Like, it was just my mom's from a couple weeks ago that didn't get drank. But, she put in water drops to make it taste like Mandarin, quote-unquote. It tasted pretty nasty. But I found a regular water bottle in there, so... Fantastic. Now you can't make me drink gross water, and I still get water. Yippee! Oh, that's so much better. I don't know who drinks flavored water. Who doesn't like water? I mean, it's water. Come on. Like, fresh, ice-cold water is like the best beverage ever. Like, yeah, I love soda as much as the next guy. I'm like, can you really beat that? Especially on a cold day. I mean, a cold water bottle on a hot day is what I meant. It's like the best thing you can put in your body. You don't need it? Newsflash, bucko, you're 90% water. I definitely don't need it. Oh, you're doing a SpongeBob joke. Okay. I was just gonna be like...
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I'd better hit him hard and fast. The Knight was the murderer. Well, I've got an idea, though I don't know if it's gonna pick him out right away. But the fact that the stuff was in his vault... So you're saying the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at this court record.
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Yeah. I think I'm on the right track. I think all I gotta do. I do want to know what the slip-up was. But... No, I didn't mean to press it on. Oops. That's my fault. My fault. Oh, wait. There we go. Now I don't have to skip through. Like, fuck. Alright. Yep, found it. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then why... then how do you explain this?
Well, what's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please?
I don't know. You tell me, son. My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is this rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll not just this once, but only because you asked, Judgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. I'm on the right track, though. You've never seen that one before? How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway...
So it was this and the piece here. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. Oh, so I could have... Oh, yeah, I could have done that as well. Nice. You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in that illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? What do you mean, you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Ever heard of CBT, mister?
What? You can't do CBT on him! Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment? And a list?
Yeah, that was fun. That was funny.
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered.
Oh, yes I can. Oh, did you forget about the piece of fabric I tried to show you initially?
If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Ergie. In return, though... I know. That place, right?
What are these guys, telepathic? Oh, ho, 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 ho. So high and mighty. Huh. Come on! This is the piece of evidence. The list? No, the list is exempt because he said, "Oh, you could have put that there. You could have put it there." But maybe you're right. Oh wait, there is a drawing on the back. Oh yeah, maybe that is what you want me to do. Nope. The drawing was drawn all that time ago. Come on, Wright. Alright, fine, I'll fucking press him then. Jesus. That's definitely what I'm supposed to do, but yeah, I guess I'll just press him then. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, did you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day Mr. Dark was sentenced. Or the day after.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come on, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery.
Whoops, whoops, whoops. Not load, not load, not load. Save. Fine. That or the list. I really wish I could look at the other side of the list, but it only shows me the picture. Dang it. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now you see.
Really, Chief Kent, at the very least, there's one very large benefit you reaped from all this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What was this benefit?
That, of course, would be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh!
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That, in itself, is sufficient motive.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open. Would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
Seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
That's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, he could have helped someone out. Oh, yeah. He wanted that little lapdog. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I meant.
Very well, then. Who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Why, Miss Lana Skye, of course.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
Of course. I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Your Honor?
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
They don't even, pretend. He's just stupid. He's just a dumb little guy. He's a dumb little goofy guy. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor, so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What?
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right, then.
Ooh, here we go. Is it time?
Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Oh yeah, the ID card record. You know what? Let's try that. I was gonna do this, but let's try the ID card first.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on that list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits you don't mean.
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. I thought maybe this is definitely a better idea. It makes more sense. But I was gonna go with the cloth because they said to use it later. And it does have Emma's handprint on it. Maybe I could have used that at some point and I just skipped past it. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh shit! We're cracking through! He's clenching. His anus is clenching.
Order, Chief Gant. What do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as do I with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would it be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you have to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Maybe the note. Maybe the note, because SL9 was gonna be transferred. Oh yeah, that's definitely it. No, not lost item report. Oh wait, no! Wait, no, yes! Only to the chief of police, never mind. Wait, no! You're right! That has to be it. Chief of police right there. I thought maybe the SL9 being the transfer and he was the guard in charge. But no, the lost item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Hey, maybe we both would have been right, Laser. Because I was right about him needing to transfer the evidence for SL9. So maybe if I showed that little piece of paper, it would have worked too. There's so much evidence here. I guess that's not like confirmation that he went to see him. Well, I mean, yeah, if you go enough, it does, but... Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. You're 90% sure Goodman's note is incorrect? Oh, okay. Never mind. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no point. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might...
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was the... Oh, it was only used once! True. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No!
Oh my god!
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. Oh, no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit a murder. To commit a murder! After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
Everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Ah! Floor plans, lost item report, screwdriver. Ah, the screwdriver. Of course. Did he become a cosmic being? That did look, it was crazy. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does it have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because...
Ah!
I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport the evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took, at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's the photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something! I believe... your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't even finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify? I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right. It's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show proof. And get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
You have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have concrete proof? Evidence. Evidence that he made Miss Skye take it. Lana's phone call? Edgeworth's car. I'm gonna just save. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I kind of want to just show this and see, because why would I be given this? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I'm just gonna try.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Alright. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
What I think, Mr. Wright, is that I'm going to be late for lunch.
Okay. I just wanted to see what he would say. Nothing. Okay. Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh, wait. I have no proof? I don't know, because he's just gonna leave. I think it's Goodman's autopsy report. What have we been saying this entire time, boys? What have we been saying this entire time? Death due to a loss of blood, 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. That has been overlooked by everybody. He was stabbed at 4 p.m.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof. Uh-oh. God damn it. Still, nobody wants to talk about it. No proof yet. All right, I'll see what that does. Yet. No use showing evidence I'm not sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I do not have conclusive evidence.
See, OG? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, OG, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay. I'm misunderstanding the autopsy report. Oh, between 4 and 5:30. Well, he definitely died at 4:20 when they entered, but he lived another hour and a half. Right? No evidence is the correct path forward? Oh. So whatever I show here doesn't matter? Yeah. Are you sure? Well, of course you're sure. You know everything. Dang it. We're so close, fucking bastard. It just seemed like it was gonna lead to a game over screen, to be honest.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Lady Luck,
Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness with all the questions. Yep, Lana. Oh, if it had let me, like, pull out a profile, I could have done it. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Okay, well, the judge is probably even dumber than Phoenix. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Miss Lana Skye.
Could be you, could be me, could be in this very room. Is there any other witnesses I must know about, Mr. Wright?
Hello? I'm a witness.
I'm a witness, you're a witness, we're all witnesses!
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on! I will now clearly hint it to you at the call. To ensure that you know I didn't do any forging. But this, you should call this guy.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
Is this not proof enough right here?
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
You guys saw that, right?
Come on, Judge. He just threatened her right in front of your eyes, and you have nothing to say to that? Are you kidding me? That was the most obvious one of them all. He came back to yell at her. If she said anything, she should keep quiet. What the fuck is... Ah!
This court's now in recess. I'm going to have my big, Happy Meal now. Like a big boy.
How could the judge just ignore that? Judgy isn't too smart. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe!
I'm not a detective anymore.
Yes, sorry about that.
Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office!
Hey, we should let him! We should let him! Yes. Yes, yes, I will hire Gumshoe right away. You can be our little, our little intern. Getting coffee, copying papers.
At your office?
My office?
Sure! I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
What do you mean, Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always getting the upper hand?
It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright.
Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What do you mean by that?
It's simple.
If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Hey, Emma! The judge was texting her friend during court. That would be me. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. She heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what happened before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost somehow feel relieved.
Relieved now that you know you murdered somebody?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do everything and anything the chief told her to do. Have sex with Edgeworth?
I don't know about that one.
Mr. Wright, please, put your cock away. There are children present. That must be why she became so cold, and why my balls are so blue.
It's all my fault. I'm sorry I'm a minor. I should have been older. It's because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Oh my god, Gumshoe's the Joker!
Mr. Edgeworth, we live in a society who throws people away and makes them feel like trash, no matter how bad a detective they are. So I tell you what you get, Mr. Edgeworth. You get what you fucking deserve!
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you.
Huh? I thought Gumshoe was the new you. Gumshoe was the new Emma, right? That's what we agreed on? He's my sidekick now? Hey, I'm down. If Gumshoe's my sidekick, I'm happy.
When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
He's the new everyone. They recast Gumshoe as every character.
Objection, pal! Hold it right there, pal!
Alright. Let's see where it goes. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana... God, this... Holy shit, this courtroom drama's going so long. How long have we been going at this? 3 hours? God damn. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ.
That would be a good gag. Like a good, Easter egg thing to accidentally activate. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done the past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony if you will. And you wouldn't mind if I put my feet up on the desk, right? I'm not wearing any socks today, but oh, my feet are killing me. You would think I'm sitting down, but I'm actually standing back here. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. So don't gallivant around from Mr. Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted. Or, Dark. Drake. It had nothing to do with Emma. But that's just a theory. A false testimony. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, we're just gonna ignore when he screamed and clenched his fist and was really pissed off. And then he's like, oh, never mind. I'm going to have lunch with the defense attorney. Bye-bye.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Also, did you forget I'm a telepath? I can literally read your mind. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Sure thing. Check this out.
Nothing to do with Emma, huh? Sure.
What? What? Stop with this. What? Come on. Let me fucking... Phoenix, let me take the reins.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. You're so desperate to hide that fact. You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence herself.
There's no way she could have done that alone.
Gotta get her to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. No truth to this blackmail theory. Think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And? Did you do so to help your sister? Your Doc was a serial killer. My sister was almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the scene of the crime? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died with an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but it'll never change the statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Just to protect me. So when you found this scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. You planted the tip of Drake's Drake? Again. Oops. And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why'd you move the body? True, why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why'd you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this with more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. Pieces of the jar shattered during the events, threatening my plan. Threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. But if the jar had been knocked over, then her pushing, our boy did happen.
In order to show that Doc committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Masha was dead and Doc was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Miss Sky, this is a clear contradiction. Now do I have the evidence to back it up? Yep. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring it to everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Yeah, exactly. And spelled out Emma. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write the message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. I mean, and the fact that the name is there and he wrote it with Emma and it's his blood, you know, that's something.
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. Yeah, she thinks she was first at the crime scene. No. Gant was there first, 100%. He was probably right behind them as they ran out of the office. He's the only one that doesn't have an alibi of where he was after everything let out after that. Where was he? Who knows? After that that questioning went wrong, like, where did he go? I don't know. I would probably follow them if I were him.
That's exactly what you saw. Whoops. Sorry, Edgeworth.
We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. If you take my lines one more time, Judge, I will have your head.
I order Mr. Edgeworth to give head to everybody in this courtroom. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Which we already guessed. I didn't know it was her, though. I think I said it was Gant who did that. But it makes sense that it was her.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
If Drake was involved, then definitely Emma was as well. Thank you, Dyslexia. I wish Drake was in this. Put him behind bars for his fucking freakazoid freakouts. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jaw pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written in the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If something was to happen upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall. You wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in this situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up all the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. Detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. My voices are better than the English voices? It can't be better than the female voices. I can't do female voices. My voice isn't suited for that. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt, this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. And your sister's really putting up a fight. Talking about Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Wright, and Judge? Oh, well, thank you. I don't think I would be on par with official voice actors, but that's very nice of you to say. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Wait, what was he talking about? Contradiction. Okay, hold on. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Why? Because it writes out Emma. I'm gonna try. Yep, it was it again. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. Don't know what that noise you just made was, but okay. We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. Right. In the chief's safe. But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it that hadn't been wiped away! Which means Gant was already there and hid it. He hid the fingerprints and the jar piece with the blood on it. Ooh.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up to the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
What? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jaw was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jaw. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No! No! No, no, no!
You've on several occasions been looking for your phone only to be holding it? I think I've done that before. But I don't think anytime recently. I've definitely done something similar. I think everybody has. That's something a lot of people do. A lot of people. I definitely had, like, my phone on me. And then didn't know where it was. But I never make that mistake anymore. Usually when I can't find my phone, my first instinct, even if I know where it is to pat my pockets. Every time. Sunglasses on your head? Yeah.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Yeah, I think there's something going on between Udgy and Gant, you know? This cute little pet nickname for him. so many bisexual characters in this game. What a event. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jaw and purposefully hit one of the broken pieces. Question: What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief puppet. She just bite her finger? No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. I do like to do that. Did I leave the stove on this morning? Oh, fuck. Maybe I should get Detective Gumshoe to check that. What if... We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? So you do tell foul lies, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye! Well, no, not I mean... Please testify once more. But... If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Okay, are you gonna tell the truth now, please? Please.
Alright, the witness may testify once more. And we're gonna ignore that whole part where I said she was under oath and wouldn't lie, and then she quite clearly lied. Anyways, onward.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of Amma's sword. Emma and Doc were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the Amma's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. What? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? It's to me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Ah, come on, doofus. The book? She probably hid it in the book. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again.
Aw, look at the little guy. Whoa. Whoa!
Hey, there is a picture in here. Good thing we didn't actually look too closely in the book. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted criminal affairs. I contacted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record.
Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. The piece of cloth I've been trying to bring up this whole time, but nobody's been letting me. This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it.
Whoever fingerprints those are, it must be the real murderers.
What? Those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. Thank you. Laser doesn't even need to be asked to kill that guy. Laser, it's on sight with Laser. He'll just start blasting. Even if that guy was, like, nice, he would just kill him anyway. He's crazy. So as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
The actual crime scene. What's up with my ear? Why is it kind of weird? Ugh. Anyway. What the fuck? Hello? Oh, hi, Gant. Your turn. Were you not out for lunch? Am I going crazy? What? Sorry. I'll drop it.
Come now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you have to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you're forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
So what? You think I'm worried? That scream was, I had a seizure. A quick little seizure, you know. You know how it is. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death.
What do you mean, trying to hide it? The only thing I've ever been trying to do in this entire case is present this stupid piece of evidence! You freaks! You're a bunch of freaks, every one of you! Even you, Judge. Even you! This is the only thing I've been trying to present, and you keep denying my right! I don't even get to talk about what makes it so important.
Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
I show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. No, it was self-defense. We said it before, Wright. This isn't anything.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? No. Of course we're gonna show it. What are you, stupid? Yes! Yes, we do! Fuckhead! It all points to Emma. It's Emma. It's fucking Emma. Of course it's Emma! Oh my god. You lose if you show it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless he falsified it. Oh, I did save. I saved just then. The person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. That would account for this amount of oil, I guess. It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. That's an interesting detail. I'm gonna do it anyway.
It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely, it must have been left by whoever shoved the victim on the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on those?
I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
Emma! Duh. They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! Is that really it? No! Everything hinged on that. In the end, on a guilty. Bah. To himself. I know, but like, I just thought I've been trying to present that this whole time. You know? Fine. Fine. You want evidence that he fucking did it? Okay, here, let's look at this. Well, that piece is already cut out. Oh, that piece is already cut out. This? No, I can't show them that yet. Why not? You know which item to show? Mr. Wright, if you're not sure, then think it through again. How can you use that evidence to your advantage? Okay. Thanks, Edgeworth.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Oh. I was like, oh, maybe I can't show it because it hasn't been accepted. Make him talk? I don't know if that's right, though. Should I try? Cannot show evidence? No. Really? Wait, hold on. Let me look through it again. Maybe this photo. Nope. Let me see. Wait, wouldn't it be the evidence list? Because he hit it? So that does tie him to it. Right? Because it's in his desk. But the way she says Prince. Nope. Yeah, okay, fine. We won't say anything. You know what? We can't do it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Oh. Because he knew we took it out. Ah, sneaky.
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why didn't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Thank you, Edgeworth.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't let you just pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What, you mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
Yeah, you're gonna make it testimony even though you aren't allowed to? And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance.
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
What if you fabricated all the evidence? What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it, then? Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, but being chief and all, it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence.
Do I show it now, or what? Oh god, if I show it now, I'm fucked. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out of the victim's chest. Vest?
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out in the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must be a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
Could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Well, I'm just gonna say it's...
Emma.
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? 58 impressions? Dang.
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Nuh-uh, Miss Sky. It's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Yeah, but I'm afraid it's over, my boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. It just clicked. It clicked in my head. She pushed him, but indeed, her hands had not yet touched the waxed floor. She only touched that after she pushed him and fell over. So she couldn't have made that imprint with her hand. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What's this foolish babbling about?
Hold on. 1 second. I knew that oil line was weird. The waxing line? That was new. Talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
You can't, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I mean, it's this, right? Or this? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be presented, must be relevant to the case on trial. You know what? I'm just gonna try it.
It's fun watching you squirm, Righto. This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity.
I just wanted to see if you would be like, you can't use that. Alright. I want to say it's the picture. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Weapon was found missing its tip. Whoops. No, don't save there. Yeah, I wanted to do the picture. I should just try it. I think it is the picture.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? The piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense!
Had I not noticed? Well, you didn't mention it either. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. Yeah, but obviously there's... yeah, of course there's no blood on it. I didn't know that was the contradiction. I just had a feeling that it was the picture. That's all I was really going off of. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Oh, we got him! Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? It's so obvious now. Because if he wiped the blood... Because I guess what I was trying to think in my head is... obviously he would have wiped the blood away. But there's fingerprints, so he couldn't have. Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over. Objection!
Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Huh? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute them?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember Uji?
Earlier, all righto.
Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
That's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
Unless it was proved relevant. Unless it was proved relevant! Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Rule number 2, dickhead.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully, illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did. Now, if I admit that, all my planning would have been for nothing. Okay, never mind. I misunderstood your plan. So I was like, yeah, I made it illegal evidence, but in so, I made it relevant to the case because he pointed it out. I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. Oh shit, I was right. Rule 2. It wasn't relevant yet. It wasn't relevant yet! We were right. I just did it in the wrong order. Oh, thanks, Edgeworth. I didn't even have a chance to read that. There's only one issue left to be resolved with this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now.
Well, how better with the book? This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Police. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at the picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was this picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, this piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No!
Then it was you. Then it was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. And the only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you!
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. 2 years have been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman.
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation?
Oh. Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out, he said. It's not too late.
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife.
Good time for the rain to start pouring down.
I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much that about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, gee. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as I knew you used to be, long ago. You were one fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. Wow, so she didn't kill him. Oh my god! Everything's cleared up now. Damn! What a story! You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
The secret extra part that adds 12 hours? Actually, Damon Gant was being controlled by a super alien organization. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar. The judge was in it. in on it the whole time. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. We don't have to do that trial, do we?
Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. Jesus, look at the time. 5 hours and 30 minutes. God damn, I'm hungry. Well, who wants pizza? Regarding the change of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye,
Not guilty, baby! We stand undefeated. Not a single guilty verdict.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Oh, at long last, it's all over. The longest trial of all time. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. That's not it. Just now after the trial ended. Mr. Wright? And you, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, she didn't apologize to her? This was 15 hours? Oh yeah, so this was 5 hours and 30 minutes. Yesterday's stream was 6 hours? Six and a half hours? Yeah, so that's 12. And then there was a couple extra hours on that last Phoenix Wright stream. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, how's it going? It's me, your favorite character. Oh, guess I am. Yeah, I'll come back later. This is the third time we've done this joke.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run around all while he's on duty.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say it, but I didn't. For the moment. Yeah, there are longer cases. There's only a few you said, though, right? There's only about, like, 3 or 4 of these long ones. Which is fine. I don't mind the longer ones. It means that it's more interesting.
Ain't it chopping off? Oh, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I was tricking you. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
No. He said it's one of the longest. I think Big Boss said you said it was like there's 2 or 3 more that are specifically longer than this one. But this is one of the longest ones in comparison. Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. Quiet down the air conditioner. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Why does the court have such a loud air conditioner? Oh. Oh yeah. Why is that? This is not an air conditioner. It's just raining real heavy in that courthouse right now. One is longer for certain. The others are just really long. May not be longer than this one. Okay, there's one specifically that's longer than this. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew about how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Aww. I'm hydrating. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on to a brighter future. At last. Oh, at last. The end. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up.
Bet you wish you were watching them make out, right, pal? Detective Gumshoe, please. Sorry, it was just a joke. Gosh, I know.
Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
I was behind that bush. God, Phoenix, your pecs are poking through your coat. I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my life and my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, because of that beautiful gay partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What?
Yeah, wait, is this a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something neither Edgeworth or I would be able to. I didn't even get to save! I pushed me in! I thought about saving it! Fuck! No, I want... Guess but don't present. Okay. Something that Edgeworth helped us with, eh? He helped with the evidence list, right? Yes. Yippee! So present this one. You guys have both, we brought them together, as it were. Just making sure, just giving it a little time to breathe. You know, just in case. Because this is Edgeworth we're talking about. I don't want to get this one wrong. He's my boy. Friend. Correct. Take that! That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth! If you'll excuse me. There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Oh, there he goes. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. That big bulging cock of yours, I need it. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. And the bedroom, right? Right? I wasn't misreading the situation. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. I like the little duck character. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. And for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Alright, it's only been 3 days. I guess her hand would still be hurt. I was gonna ask why she still has the bandages on. It's only been a couple days. So much has happened in 3 days. And as for me, well, I've got about 2 more games of my own, and then about 3 more where I make appearances, and maybe some extracurricular stuff, like a certain Smash tourney, you know. Maybe some karting. I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
What is it, Detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe the gun in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
What? Huh?
What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go!
Objection! I'm broke! Hey, we did it! Ah, that was so good. Man, I'm glad I took the risk and played this. I arranged for a friend. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Next game, let's go right now. Hopping right in. No, of course not. Are there going to be testimonies from a bunch of characters, or was that it? Can I say my 2 cents? Nope.
Yikes! I thought it was a gun in there for a moment. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy.
I loved it. I adore this game. It's so unique. The first one of its kind. So I'm really glad there's a lot more, because I can't wait to see the evolution of how these games are going to take it. What new, things they're going to add, where the story's going to go. More wacky characters like this guy. My new mission is to guard the main entrance. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. What a man to look up to. I'm very curious what's going to happen in the next two. Or how long they are compared to this one. I don't know if the other one's got extra cases like this one did. But we'll see, I guess. The Blue Badger, there he is. He's busting a move still. This is the only one with extra cases? Okay. Oh, he died! No! Wait a minute, the handprint! Wait, the handprint on the Blue Badger! There was no reason that was there? Why was the handprint there? We never even got to... Unsolved! Unsolved!
What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Yeah, we never used it. It's just there. Looks like we won, but we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Wow. Big Boss, was that, a thing that we just missed? Could that have been something? Or is that just, not anything?
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name is again. Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Mr. Left. Something else? Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum.
Oh, Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Oh, I missed Maya so much. It's been one day. It was probably scrapped. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm guessing they probably wanted it to be the same as the blood, right? It seems pretty obvious that that's what they were going for. And they didn't get to do it. Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
I see. That's interesting that they left it there, though. And didn't remove it once that got scrapped.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
What about me? Open the book. I didn't make the. I shared it with someone else. Okay, that makes Emma look a lot younger. Like, that actually looks like she's 16. And then in her normal one, it looks like she's completely different. The size is so fucked. She's so much smaller. The thing is, what's funny is Maya is smaller on the screen than she is. But she's, like, tiny compared to... Oh, damn. Well, there we go. That's the first game done. Yeah, she looks like she's 10 in that. Okay, so... next is Justice for All. And then, Trials and Tribulations. So, tomorrow I might do a little deviation. Then again, I might not. It completely depends. I might just completely throw it out the window and just start the next game right away. But I might do a little bit of Hi-Fi Rush, because I've kind of left it on the back burner completely. So I might do a double stream. We might do that and then Justice for All. Also, that was turned around in a year. This came out in 2002. And this in 2004. So this one took 2 years. This one took 1 year. That's interesting. Okay, so I'll see you all tomorrow for whatever Justice for All will bring. And a little bit of the Hi-Fi Rush. Great Ace Attorney or Apollo Justice? Which should I do? I don't know if I've even heard of the Great Ace Attorney. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh, this is like a fantasy one? Order, order, I demand order.
Order, order!
Well, these ones look like they're in a different time period. If it's in the same universe, that is. Four Greats of Chronicles. Yes! What is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? With all the fun and drama of the Ace Attorney series set against the backdrop of Victorian era Britain and Japan, there's sure to be no objection to the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo as he turns the courtroom upside down. Great Ace Attorney 1 came out in the middle of the Apollo. Phoenix's ancestor? Okay, so we'll do that one afterward then, right? That would make sense? If they're in the same era when they came out, then there's probably no problem just doing Ace Attorney Trilogy, Apollo, and then Great Ace Attorney. Right? That sounds right to me. How's that sound? Good? Because we're going to do all of them. I've already made up my mind. We're doing all the main ones. Investigations, I'm still not too sure on those ones. We might. You know, everything's up in the air right now. That's my plan. But, you know, you guys can influence that if you want to see something else. Hold on. I'm just going to check real quick. Fortnite! Ace Attorney in Fortnite. So yeah, Apollo Justice right now is $80. Great Ace Attorney's on here, right? Yep, there it is. Hey, that one's on sale. $25. Let me get that on the list. Good night, everybody. I'll see you all later. Thank you for joining the last episode of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. The very first game. Incredibly fun. I can't wait to continue with the other games. And I'm guessing 2 and 3 are going to be much shorter. Because, you know, the first one had that really long extra case that was made during the DS era. So I'm sure we're probably going to be in for a much shorter time with each. Though, I don't know. I'm guessing all the long ones are on the DS ones, but I might be wrong. Okay. Well, anyways, enough theorizing. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm hungry. Everybody else, yeah, have a great night. Get some rest. We'll be back tomorrow with some more Hi-Fi Rush, and we'll start Justice for All. Thank you. Bye-bye.